So can you guys hear me? I got a different mic set up this time. Giving some people some time to join. Make sure the microphone's working. Excellent. Yeah, I got a new mic set up, so the camera's still not in, and we have a couple other things that are not in, but we're gonna do this. Yeah, we're trying out Ethos on this one tonight, and it's a lot faster than messing around with Windows, and it works real good. So we're gonna do another fresh build of it, show everybody on how to do that, and just walk everybody through, going in and changing the settings in VI, and doing the just for some of the folks that don't know how to do it. And we're actually going to strip this rig right here down some to put these in there, since our BTC board didn't come in. And ironically, this is the slowest one we got here. So before I strip that down, I'm going to show you guys some stuff about how this one's running. This is the R9 280X. This is actually the rig that we were building on the last webcast, and went ahead and finished it out, and did it with Windows and did it with the Ethos. This is running on a single power supply, so it's a 6-card rig with a single 1600 watt eVGA Supernova. We actually got the actual kilowatt plugged in. Let you guys see what that's pulling right now. This is a really big thick power supply, so I gotta move these cables around shortly. Let's see if we can let you guys check this out, see how that looks. So that is running right now at about 1344 watts of power. 1387 now, but it varies a little bit. And that is with a gold power supply from the wall. So it is possible to have a 6-card rig on a single power supply, and I know some folks were doing it with the Seasonics and a couple of the other 1600 watt brands from back in 2014, but a lot of those cards were running a lot hotter, and these things are at 70%, and they're holding about 64 Celsius, so a lot cooler than the rigs from 2014, that's for sure. What we got? Recommendations. Personally, I think we haven't fully confirm this, but we've seen some people running the 380s, just the plain 380s, and they seem to be doing pretty well. We'll be checking that out sometime this week. On getting the we did the R9 380X. That's the video that's supposed to be out tonight. That we're working on some audio issues with that. But that episode will go up, and we do a pretty deep dive on the 380Xs, but not the 380s yet. We haven't got those in yet. So we're gonna go ahead and get going on this. Let me get you guys a view of this one real quick, and then we'll tear this down. And I imagine most of you want to see these Sapphires. These are the new Nitros. So we got a couple different kinds. We got the Nitros, which are the 390Xs. These have the back plate on them, which are kind of nice, which is hilarious because these guys are, well, Micro Center has them for $459 USD, and I think they got down to $439, and they came with a game or something. But these ones have the nice back plate. You can see this box, and the Tri-X's. I keep bumping my mic, so sorry if I'm blasting your ears out. The Tri-X 390s, I don't know if you can see that price point, $519. That's what they are looking at an MSRP. Now you can get these a little cheaper. I think these were like $460s, $470s, something like that. So they're about $30 more than the Nitros. They are clocked faster, and they seem to have better ASICs on them. Just doing some sample testing on them. But the funny part is they don't have the back plates. They like went cheaper with it. They have a different color, but by and large they are almost exactly the same card. I mean, it is damn near the same amount of copper pipes. I mean, they went internally the same, it looks like, besides the backplate. I don't know why they didn't put a backplate on it. They're charging more, but they don't have a backplate. But the clocks on this are a little faster. They only had 4 of these Nitros, and then they had 2 of these. So we're going to do that with the 6 car. We got 2 more of the Nitros coming to make that an actual 6 card Nitro rig, but we're going to deal with this right now and do the 6 card. These are 8 gig cards too, so it's quite a bit of graphics memory. Let's get to where you guys can see this. Here, I'll actually, the distro here shows what the machine behind me is doing. I'll give you the URL so you can see. That is the URL right now for this rig, so you can get the actual statistics to it, which is pretty cool. And I'll try to get to you guys' questions as I go, especially during kind of downtimes when we're waiting for things to boot. So just keep asking them. I'll scroll and check them out. Let's get you a different view of this one. So this one's showing right now at about 25.55 mega hash. We got 8 gigs of memory in there. It's not using anywhere near that. Try to get some good visuals for you. Here, this camera kind of still don't have the good camera yet. Let's see if we can get some light on this. But this is a typical BBT case that we usually build with the the 6 cards in it. We can get some shots of that 1600. Not a lot of room in there, but it gives good airflow. Now I'm going to show you another case here in a second here, what we're doing with these power supplies. We actually have this power switch right here. I got a pack of these. I'll give you guys a link to them to getting those power switches. They're really cheap. You can buy a pack of 10 of them. Set you back up here. And there we go. So again, good rig. These guys are going to take more than one power supply. Not just because of that, we pretty much know that they're going to use more than the 1600 that this guy has here, is the fact that these use 8-pin connectors for the PCIEs, and the eVGA has a lot of sources. Unfortunately, it is only an 8-pin and a 6-pin for most of them, and there's a few of the 8s and 8s, but it only comes with like enough for 4. Because ideally, this was targeted for quad SLI or quad Crossfire, so it came with enough for 4 of these, but not enough for 6. I know that there are adapters. We actually have some coming where you can switch the 6s into 8s, but quite frankly, I think it's going to put too much load on the power supply. So we're going to try to not do that and burn things down. So we do have an extra power supply, a new one. And the rig that this is actually supposed to go into has a 1200 platinum and this 1000 platinum from eVGA. These are platinum plus the P2s, the 1250 and the 1000. So what we're going to do is put, right now this is going to be way more power than it needs, but why not? It looks cool. Let me get a thing where I can open that up, and we're going to shut this guy down. Simple click of a button there brings that thing down, and then we'll pull these out. We're going to put this power supply in with it, with the 1600. Now, normally you would not need a 1600 and 1000 watt. That's 2600 watts of power, and you do not need that for damn near anything unless you're going to put probably 6 to 7 295 X2s in something. And we're going to get the other case so I can show you that, the way that's going to come together. Now this is the case that we're looking at of putting this in, but without the motherboard in yet, we can't do anything. But I wanted to show kind of what we're doing with these power supplies in these cases and how we're kind of anchoring them. And I'm going to give you guys some URLs to the things that we're using here. That way you guys have, you know, a depiction of what these are. But when we put these cases together, the motherboard's set on these little nylon spacers. I'll shoot you the exact dimensions to them, but they're just these little tiny nylon spacers. You can get these at like Ace Hardware, and if you're in the States, a Lowe's, a Home Depot, and there's different levels of them. So like these taller ones that we have, and I see there's a little reflection on these little guys. You can't really see them, but these taller ones, let me adjust this light. These taller ones, we actually anchor the power supply in by just bringing in a little screw and then having the anchor right towards the bottom of the power supply on each kind of corner. We kind of corner it to where this thing does not come out or shake or do anything when it's sitting in this case. Because with these cases, that's always been kind of one of those things of like how to anchor the power supply in it without it falling out. So you can't really tell. These little nylon spacers with the screw coming straight down into the wood can kind of give you those little, the bumpers per se, and you just line it up the edge of the power supply right up to the edge of where that's at, and then put a kind of a bumper there, and then in the corners of the power supply, and then that gets you a nice little, that ain't going anywhere, and that holds the power supply there. Then you can do your cable management, and like for this case, when we actually use this one, we get our board in for it, we'll have the 1200 eVGA, the 1200 P2 Supernova, and then we'll have the 1000 watt Supernova on this side, with all the cables kind of coming in the center, allowing us enough the PCIe connectors to supply the two 8-pin requirements on the 390Xs. So, and then again, you probably see it right here, the switch. So those little switches that you can get off of Amazon for real cheap. These guys right here, just a little tiny switch, and the little power switch connection right there. You buy a pack of these for like a pack of, I think I got 10 of them for $7 shipped prime. So they came in 2 days. These are not coming from Shenzhen. I mean, they probably are created in Shenzhen or something, but these are they're actually coming. They're shipping, I think, from South Bend, Indiana, in the States. So they get there pretty quick. So again, we'll put some links out here once we get a rig going here. I'll throw up on the webcast there on the right. I'll throw up some URLs where to get all this stuff. I mean, it's real super cheap, and it just saves you from having to like use a screwdriver or something to get these things put together. Get this back. Try not to take a graphics card out while I'm doing it. These things are like tentacles. So back to that, the 280X was hashing. This was at 125.7, I think, or 0.6. The folks on the cast can they seen the URL when it was up. You guys can keep me honest on that. I think it was 125 point something. So not bad, about 25 a piece with EthOS, and that's actually stock clocks on these XFX DD edition. We didn't even touch any of the clocks on them, and they're 25 out of the gate. Here, I'll show you the box for that. That way, you guys, if you're looking into them. That's these guys right here, and hitting this box right here. There's 6 of them in there. They're the double dissipation, 3 gigs. Bigger fan. They're unlocked on the voltage, which is nice if you're trying to save a little power. These comes voltage unlocked. That's a key point if you want to try to save some power on them. We did not mess with that yet, but this entire rig was putting out. If you go back on the video some, I did show the kilowatt with it up, and it's about 1,300 and some change. But these are pretty good for this box. do is there's a version of EthOS on here right now. We're going to put these guys in. And then I'm going to show you guys how to build that. If you're interested in something like that, on how to build the EthOS, we'll actually do it. And I'll show you straight from the laptop, just kind of like live, and just do it that way, of how easy it is. And then we're going to do a deeper dive on that with a proper video, edited and such on their actual operating system that they have for that. But real simple stuff, and just kind of open up. This is the P2 1000 Supernova Platinum. I've been really into the Platinum power supplies lately, just the stability of them, and just a lot better. You know, you can see physical differences. Now, you know, some, I guess back in the day, weren't, I mean, you have golds just damn near as efficient, but these last few, the AX 1200i that we've had, we actually tried the same set of cards with two different, and that AX 1200i was just, you could tell the efficiency difference on it. I mean, it was physically pulling differently from the wall, and I'm a big believer in those Corsair AXI series. The eVGAs, I don't know, I haven't had enough of them to see if they're Platinum's just marketing. So got that. Let's get these out of here, and I'll get here it is. Let's see if you guys can see this. You're in South Bend, Indiana. Then they should ship to you pretty quick. So we're going to pull these ones out. I always hate taking down a rig that's running good, but given our set of circumstances where all of our BTC boards are used and they're all running throughout this place, and this was actually one of the slower units that we have now. Doing a lot with the R9 390s. That's why I'm really interested in what these 390Xs are going to do. And then I still have a whole bunch of the older 280 or 290Xs rigs, and they are still rock solid, still doing pretty good. I got a couple of the toxic rigs running. We'll get up to 14. So we're going to pull these out. We're going to try these 390Xs, a 6X of them. And then I'm probably going to leave them in this rig for a while. And when that new board comes in, I'm going to put these in there. I'll tell you what though, with the way XFX put this together, where the switches are on the inside, you got to kind of push down to get in between the heat sink, so it makes it kind of a pain. We're gonna pull these out. Some people are asking kind of what screws we were using for these things. We use these machine screws. And when you're first drilling them, you do not want to do them over a motherboard, or you want to cover something. Once the holes are there, they're pretty good. And usually when I get down to these last four, I'm going to put something underneath there. But these are the tack screws that we use on that angled aluminum. They're self-tapping. They will create their own channel in there, and they'll self-thread. They work like a champ. They actually are all the kind of rivet points that we're using to hold this one together. Same screws. And highly recommend them. Now, because they're self-tapping, like to make sure that none of the particles, because it is metal, it's aluminum, does not fall down into any of the motherboard. I want to say out of all the rigs we've built, I probably had one that died because I had a piece of metal fall down into one of the PCIe adapter, or the 1X adapters, and when we put in one of the risers, it immediately went up. And I thought maybe it was just a bad riser, but as we looked into it a little more, we could see the metal speck that fell down into the channel, which caused it to go up in flames. So I'm actually pretty interested into seeing how much actual power these guys will actually use. We will have the kilowatt plugged in, and we will see what it actually draws. Now the kilowatt's good to about 1800 watts of power, just under or just over 20 amps. You get over 20 amps with that kilowatt and it starts beeping at you. It does not like... I actually fried one when I was doing a... I was trying to do a 7990 HD for somebody. It brought me 4 7990s. And we went with two 1200 watt power supplies. And we went into the single kilowatt with it on a 30 amp connection. So the amperage was there, it was going to handle it. The kilowatt, however, did not like that much power. It beeped a few times like it was screaming for murder, and just kind of went out. All right. So this will handle at least 3 to 4 cards. I think 4 cards in total, because this power supply was made for a quad channel, quad SLI, gimmick about putting 4 of them in there. That's what this power supply was supposed to be meant for. This connection on this guy, the gauge on this is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And yeah, I don't know if it actually tells me the gauge on it. 12. It's 12 gauge. Seems a lot bigger than that. Seems like 4 gauge. But we have that plugged right now into the kilowatt, and then we're going to hook up the other secondary power supply. I'm going to look around to see if there's... I have a power supply to power supply adapter. If I don't find it, then we will do it old school way and just make our own. So first, I'm going to get these over to the side. Kind of got the solid state just laying there right now. This rig was not finalized just yet. It was more of in its sample testing for the deeper dive that we were doing on the newer R9 280Xs. So for folks just joining, that's the R9 P90X. This is the Tri-X edition, and then the Nitro, which obviously they have the marketing on the fan itself, and then the colors. This is kind of a burnt orange, and then this is the silver. This has a backplate, this doesn't, and this is clocked faster. The Tri-X is clocked a little faster. I was doing some sample testing with that earlier, and if you follow us on Twitter, last night we had this thing doing 31 mega hash by itself. We took pictures of that, and that was running at 1160 clock, so 1160 megahertz and 1600 memory. So if you have one of these and you clock it at that, you're going to get 31 mega hash out of it, which is not too bad. So we're going to try with the nitros first, and then we'll step these into it after. Well, I always, if I'm mixing cards, I always try one series first. It's just a behavioral thing. It's like it's lessening what could go wrong, or if you have something freeze up or any of that, try to lessen your variables. Otherwise, you're just gonna have to redo it anyways. So it's kind of like a pro tip. So if you have two sets of different cards, try your first cards first. Validate that they work, that you have no issues, they're seeing them correctly, and all that kind of stuff. Then introduce the other variable. It is just, it's the kind of programming side of me coming out. Just lessen the variables for I can know not to troubleshoot random shit. Alright, let's get, what are we missing here? Oh, this is what I'm looking for. Again, as I put this back in, you just want to have something. If you're working with any of this angled aluminum, you do not want to have any medical particles fall into them. So, highly, 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 highly recommend putting something underneath there as you screw these screws back in there. You guys hear me from back here too? Is it clear? Am I going in and out? Had a runner. Okay, good. Audio is clear. I tell you what, I'm going to bring this camera closer so you guys can see what I'm doing. Might get a small glimpse at some of the hardware. There's some eVGA stuff up there. But this is what we're working on as right now. See how the lighting looks. Get this kind of tucked in here. Try not to bump this audio too much. All right. Let's get these 390s in here. So folks, if you ever want to know how to do these, we do have this on the first few episodes on our channel on how to build these cases, a couple different configurations of them. It's a step-by-step walkthrough. And anybody that has, and most people that have, we've taken suggestions from people that have built them and had their own experiences with it. we've incorporated some of those changes. This is kind of like the hardware version of Git. We check in with our videos, and you guys make updates. It is all open source. We are open to any kind of recommendations or changes. We'll give props where it's due. You guys like that view better? See if we can get that a little closer for you. So again, we're just going to do these 4 first. They're almost there. I'm gonna go ahead and hook up power to them. Again, these are the same. Are the differences on these? Obviously the back plate, but these have the 2 8-pins. So both of these do too. Have also the 8 pins. So it makes it kind of tricky with the power supplies. So you really got to look at that when you're looking at power supplies. I can grab a power supply box and explain it. Get this 1200 P2. So when you're looking up these things, you got to count if you're building a rig, and if it's going to be a 4 card or whatever. First step we usually do when we're buying cards, because me and you know, all these companies build different versions of these cards and they'll do different things with the power. If it doesn't say on the box clearly what the card is or what it has for the requirements on this, then make them open the damn box. Now, it doesn't help you if you're buying stuff online, but hopefully their pictures are accurate or their information is accurate. But find out how many PCIEs you have and then what the rel requirements of those are. Second part is when you're looking at the power supply, make sure when you're looking at the cables included, just come right across and look up those PCIe eVGA cables. That's what you're looking for. Don't worry about all this other stuff. We're not doing anything that's really going to hit any of that kind of stuff. But those PCIe eVGA cables are where it's important. So it'll say like 4 times 6 plus 2. So it comes with this 1200 comes with 4 cables that are going to plug into those, which if you do the math on it, each of those need 2. That means you got 2 cards out of the gate that will work for that. Then you got a 2 you got 2 of the 6x2 plus the 6 pin that come off of it. So it's kind of one of those things where it's like this. So it's a 6x2, and then it comes with an extra 6 dangling off of it. Now those are great for like the 280Xs. The 280Xs and 2 R9 280s and 285s all are 8 pin and a 6 pin. And then you'll get some that are 6 pin and 6 pin where you can get rid of that number, you know, that extra 2 and just go 6 and 6. That's very, I can't tell you how many times until I finally was like, you know what, I'm gonna read these damn boxes. We go out and buy power supplies and it's missing just like one set. And we're like, damn it, I gotta buy another power supply or you gotta return it. So key numbers there, pro tip like number 2 or whatever we're on now, make sure your counts are right for your power supply. It's more, I mean, I have had 1000 watt power supplies that only supports 3 damn cards. Case in point, the Corsair 1000 watt PSU that's out there. There's a couple 1000 watt PSUs out there. They only support 3 cards. Like, there's enough of these to only support 3 freaking cards, even though there's a lot of cards out there that you could definitely put on that power supply, but there isn't enough. And you don't want to use those damn adapters from the 5 pin or the 4 pins to don't do that. That's just not cool. You don't do that. You don't want to do that. You will more than likely burn up your cable. And I actually have, in our archive, we attempted it as a joke on some early I think they are the WindForce 280s. Yeah, I think I got one. Hold on. Yeah, one of these guys. This is a Gigabyte WindForce 280X. This is an older card. We just pulled 6 of these out. They have the R9 280X OC 3 gigabit, the WindForce ones. So we went ahead and did that. Took one of these converters and plugged it, I believe, on the 8 pin. We had a 6 pin and we went with an 8 pin with the two 5-volt leads, and it actually burned the damn cable up and fried one of the cards. So it's just not good. You don't want to do that. So we're putting together these 4 first, and then we will add the other 2 right after this. These nitros come up. I want to make sure the nitros are stable before I add in the tri-X's, which are the same. They're all 390s, 390X's rather. And when we add these 2, we'll put the 1000-watt Supernova in it. We don't need that level of a power supply, but it's the extra one that I have right now without pulling anything else. I might have an 860 AS860, but I'll use that. We'll use the other platinum power supply. It's not about efficiency right now. I want to see what it can actually do, and then we can look at optimal rig configuration when it comes to power. And by the math, 2 of those 1000-watt platinums should be able to go 3 and 3 with these, but we're going to measure these and to see how much they're pulling. Now I may take one down just to see what 3 are doing, and that'll get us a good accurate measurement if we're going to go dual power supplies of what the motherboard plus 3 cards actually is pulling on one power supply. More than likely we're going to need the 1200 on that, and then the 1000 will run the other 3, but we'll see. The 1600 here should have no problem running these ones right now, or at least these 4. It should not even break a sweat. So we have another one of these eVGA power supplies, 1500 classified. It's an older power supply, but I think it was a beast. It's the most expensive damn power supply I've ever bought. I think it was $500 when we bought it. And we were running, I tried to do a full 290, R9 290 rig with it, and it killed it. It actually burned up the power supply. I think we were right at 1600 at the wall, and that power supply had like an overcharge feature to where it would let you like overclock the power supply. Yeah, that seemed to not be a thing anymore. At least I haven't seen it on anymore. It's like it was like a thing, and then it became not a thing after I think they started burning them up. But it literally had an overclock feature, so we were like, let's go ahead and overclock it and see if it can hold 6 R9 290, just 290 non-X's, and yeah, it burned up. But they replaced it. And when they did, they sent me this, which is kind of BS because the classified, as much as it was, this one you can, I think, buy for like $400. So this was $100 cheaper. They could at least send me a platinum one, but I think they're all, the eVGA platinums only go to $1,500, I think. Don't quote me on that, and somebody could correct me. But I think the 1500s are the platinums, and then the 1600s are still only the golds. And then they have a titanium one, but I don't know much about that one yet. I saw it in the other day. I was gonna get it. I think it was a 1200 maybe titanium. I want to say it's just marketing, but we'll see. Drivers for the cards. Well, the drivers we have been using are the 16.1.1 release. Those seem to be giving us the best. I know some people are still on the 15 versions on the AMD if you're using Windows. I will have to check to see which version that ETH's using right now. And I think the version of ETH that we're using right now is like one version out of date, but we'll see when we boot it up. I am plugging in the adapters right now. Again, we're going to go with just 4 of these to start, since they're all the same brand and the same, well, I guess the other ones are the same brand too, but at least these I know are all clocked the same. And then we will introduce the variable. So I believe we are good to go, folks. Let's see if we have any other questions. Recommend running 6 cards. It depends on what 6 cards. What 6 cards are you asking about? Because you can run, like we run a couple 270X rigs. So the R9 270X, the MSI Twin Frozer, which only come with 1 6-pin, which was a really nice feature because there were several, like the Gigabyte versions that look like this card. The twin, they only have the one, or missing 1 fan. They kind of look like that. The 270Xs, those actually had 2 6-pins, those bastards. So the MSIs only had 1 6-pin, so you could run them all on a single 1200 watt power supply. And it was about 1100 watts, 1100 and some change, so you really taxed it, but you can run 6 cards on one power supply on several different types of cards. But yep, those MSIs with 270s, man, I'm telling you, I love those things. I have 2 full rigs of those, and they're still running strong. All right. So, just a real quick check. We got ETHOS right now on a King spec. These things were dirt cheap. These King spec SSDs, I mean, they're junk. I mean, let me take that back. I won't call them junk. None of them have failed me yet, and they've ran pretty fast. And I believe they're like $20 on Amazon, if that. 18, something like that. I don't know. So I can check real quick. But they may have went up, because when I was buying them, they were like $18. I think they just took a price increase because tons of people are buying them. But they're 64 gig and they're great for ETHOS. So under a $20 price point's money. And they say, well, let me get a box. Let's see if I have a box for one of them. Do I have a box for one of them? Wait a minute, we'll come back to that. Let's go ahead and turn this guy on. When this thing's booting up, we can look at boxes. I want to say they're 500 meg per second, or that's what they're claiming to be. But it boots pretty quick. Wow. Video would be nice. That's display port. This thing's going to be booted by the time I get this thing in there. So I didn't like that one. I wonder which one it came on. Let's try this again. There we go. Sometimes if you don't start it off with it being initialized. Let's see if we can get some video. Moved here to where you guys can see it. I'll make sure that the lighting is not messing with it. some of the video. Now this had a separate set of cards in it before. We may have to clean this up because it is not liking the switch of the cards. Said it's cleaning up, so let's give it another whirl. Now we'll do a fresh build of EthOS. Well, it's only detecting 3 GPUs, so that's the first start. Let's make sure everything is in. So we only got 3 on the first start. So we take a look at what we're dealing with down here. Make sure I have everything in. We'll reseat everything first. And I'm going to start the first card up on the right by having that in the 1X slot farthest to the left and nothing in the 16X slot. Let's see if we can reinitialize these. Yes, it's a well, that's pretty. It's a new screen. I like it. I like problems. So this is a good edge case for EthOS. To see if you have a fully built EthOS working fine with one rig and then you swap cards out of a different type, what happens? Now we'll come back from an image if I need to. Still only detecting 3. We're going to see which 3 if it boots all the way up. So that time it worked. Third time's a charm. No, 1 power supply right now for the people asking. So only 3 came up. And we're going to find out which 3. That way I can troubleshoot which one. This one's the one that's down. Let me scroll the video down some. So out of the gate, it took 3 restarts for it to clean up what it needed to clean up with the old PSU, or the old, for the folks kind of joining, we already had 6 cards in here and running. I pulled those out. I put these ones in, and I had to do some cleanup. So let's see here. So and that is just 3. And it looks like about 80 and some change. 88, 83. Let me see if I can get this around here. So just with 3 of them, this is good because this gives me that sample test real quick. I wanted to see how much power was I going to use with 3. Scoot this back. And then we'll fix the 4th, and then we're going to add the 2 more to get 6 once I put in the second power supply. Let's get some video. Of the power usage. The power supply right now if you guys can see that, with just the 3 running at about 83 mega hash. Now we haven't tweaked any settings yet, so take that with a grain of salt. We're at 890. It's kind of a good, that's almost a good sign. It makes me wonder if there was enough settings, and if I undervolted these some, I bet you I could get this on 1 power supply. The problem is there's not enough connectors for all 8 pins on any 1 power supply. And that is going to be our limiting factor. So we got the 3 running. So quick facts. Again, let me, for you guys that want to monitor this, let me re-type the URL to this rig so you can live see what I'm doing. Sorry for jumping in front of the camera, you're just gonna have to deal. So I am going to post the URL for you guys can see this rig. And monitor it. So you guys hit that and see if you guys can see the rig up right now. And if you can, then I'm going to power it down. And I'm going to get the 4th card working on it. Then we're going to check the power on it. And then we're going to go ahead and start stepping it up to get the other 2. And we're going to get all 6 of the 390Xs in here. And then we'll start tweaking some settings and seeing if we can actually get this thing doing some crazy stuff. Hold on real quick. Get a beer. Let's do this right. Now, I know I'm going to catch a lot of hell for this. Especially if some of you guys are out of the States. And I'm going to drink what we call in the Midwest kind of a beer. And I know in some parts of this world this is considered water. And that's okay. But that water tastes okay, and it keeps us going here. So we're going to bring this down real quick. So you guys can see that URL. Keep that URL for a second, and I'm gonna bring this down. We're gonna get this other card going. So this middle card here is the one that wasn't running. We're going to trace this down, and I'll actually switch the. Sometimes I just toggle these, switch them around when I'm doing it, just to see if anytime you start unattaching and reattaching with these, sometimes you can break these things loose. I've done that 100 times with these damn. I'm like a big ape and gorilla, as you can probably see on the screen, and I was definitely probably not meant to mess with this kind of stuff, but it looks like I might have broke one of these pins on this one. So when I was pulling it off the other card. So as they say, throw it in the gutter and go get another. We're gonna add another one of these. Now I was lucky and made a pretty sizable purchase of these when it was kind of going out in 2014. Towards the end, I think August of 14, which, man, it was dead in the summer. There was a phenomenal deal for these, all of these kind of analog looking serial versions of these, where I think I bought like 400 of these things for like, I want to say $60, which, I mean, you can do the math on what the per cents that was, but I think the guy just wanted to get rid of them all. But it was, I couldn't beat it. It's like under $100 for 400 of them done. So I'm gonna do one of these. Let's see if I'm gonna power this off real quick. I was hearing a knock, and the CPU fan was hitting one of the risers. So we're gonna start over here. You gotta make sure when you're playing around with these that the cables don't hit that CPU fan. I wanted that spinning. Sounded like the board was knocking. It's like, this is not a car, so I don't know why it's doing that. I have no idea what that screen is. So every time I put it in that first left slot from the PCI, it gives me this video game looking screen. So I don't know what that is about. We're just going to take this one over to the 16X slot. So that is not done with those two 80Xs. That does not do that event. So it's just something special with these 390s that they do not like that first slot. Still only seeing 3. Do a little shifteroo here. I'm going to tell you the config that ends up working. Now, the only thing that concerns me about this is that I'm fighting this right now with these, where I was not fighting it with the 290s or the 280Xs. Sometimes these PCI boards are finicky. Just restarting again. Now we have all 4. So here's the config that worked with just the 4 for whatever reason. Now we're going to try with the 6, and I have confidence the 6 will work. But I'm knocking over the mics. Hold on. Catastrophe here. Alright, so if you can see this, we had the 2 end slots, the 16X, and the first one here are what found the cards. And I have a little what happened before with the OS, where I had the same thing saying it had to do some cleanup because of a bad start or something. So that's what we're on right now. Yeah, the video sucks. We are working on getting a higher end camera. It is just taking its sweet ass time getting here. Part of it's also, it looks like the web feed. What size of what? What size are those cards? These, my friends, are 8 gigabyte cards. So these have 8 gigs per. Alright, so we see all 4 cards, but we get into a wonderful delayed boot situation. So what we're going to do is power this all the way down. We're going to let it stop for a second. And we're going to try it again. And if I have to, I'll rebuild EthOS, since we've done several configs on it. Does see all 4. I see that you're saying, Scott. And I will download the latest EthOS. So we're going to do that real quick, which won't take that long. Let me put this on this real quick. So we got a new version of EthOS coming down on this. While we're going to deal with that, I am going to get the other secondary power supply ready. Scoot this back some, because we are going to put all 6 of these guys here in this machine. I'm going to get this opened up. I'll read some of you guys' questions. The version I was on, I think, was like 1.01. So it was a little older EthOS. And why out of the box, from a fresh build, it runs like a champ. Switching complete sets of hardware out, I think, kind of jack it up. Or at least that's what I'm seeing so far. Let me get this back some, the mic. You guys can kind of see this. See how that ETH's doing. Still got a little bit to go. Alright, so we're going to get this other power supply out. So this is the (1,000-watt) eVGA Supernova. Should be the secondary power supply. Again, it's platinum. This guy, 1,000-watt. I'll highlight out the VGA. There's 6 there, which should give us 3 cards per. 6 cards if it was only a 6-pin pair of 6 pins or a single 6-pin. 1600 that we have in here. Looks a lot like this back. It's a little taller though, and it has 4 of those VGA connectors. So it gets you 4. That's why these 4 Nitros are in there with no issues. So we are going to kind of pre-stage this guy. Cables we need. Oh, and look at that. All of the VGA connections are red. How ugly if you have it in there with a machine that, or another power supply that doesn't. So all this means is this is purely for show for right now, and then I will find another one of these guys and we'll put that in a rig that has these. This would go really well with any of the MSI machines. So if you have any of the 390X Twin Frozer 8 gig cards, this would be a pretty nice power supply for 3 of them. Get a pair of them and you could run all 6. And I think we just kind of confirmed that a motherboard and 800 watts has all 3 of those we're using, which I was actually expecting a little more than that. So let's see where this EthOS is. It says 61% complete. You know, for shits and giggles, I actually put that EthOS on this spindle hard drive, and they said that that does not work. I think because they said it's too slow, and it actually does like a check for, I think, throughput, I/O performance. But I'm going to go ahead and plug that in, and let's go that a whirl while the EthOS is building. And see. And that turned off. So, spindle hard drive, ETH test 01. Take 1. Let's see what happens. Detect the 4. Looks like it's stopping at the same spot. While we're waiting, I'm just curious. And I'm going to check the fresh build of the EthOS. So the spindle hard drive sucks. Fresh build, the EthOS. There's all 4 cards. Go. And nothing. Chalk number 2 for EthOS not working. Now it's working for a lot of other rigs, but something is not liking these. But it likes 3. Maybe. So again, the configuration we're running right now, it is not appreciating it. And that is with 2.03. I do not have the download link. I need to go out and get it for 2.0, or I have 2.02 EthOS. I've switched the config around a little bit. It's detecting all 4. It stops at that restoring resolver state and doesn't go past it. So I'll be pinging the EthOS guys on our stats and configs. And seeing what we got here. And that is on a fresh build of EthOS. So we're going to try one more config change. And then I'm going to pull EthOS. And go to Old Faithful. got to have that card plugged in right when you first turn it on. Oh, that's spectacular. Getting a really garbled screen. You know, these are brand new out of box, and ironically, given what I'm seeing here, I may have an actual bad card. This may be the culprit of my problems. As you can see this as I tried another card to be the primary. That is garbled as shit. Looks like I'm artifacting hard on one out of the box. Brand new. And that's not totally a thing that not necessarily that not happen. It could happen. I'm going to take that card out of the mix just for a second. I will add in a Trix Triax here in place. But I mean, that was a card that was hashing fine, so it might be just a red herring. But I'm going to try it without it. Without that card in the mix of boots, so I'm going to do a little configuration swap here. So Sapphire, you may have gave me a dud. Because those ones are hashing fine. So I'm going to put this one down on the loop. Yeah, they're spinning up. Shared library, our output. Alright. Refiner. Check. This little mini keyboard I got, I swear. Not open up shared object. Oh, this is a bad build, or if I've corrupted that image. But we are going to do a configuration change real quick anyways on this. I'm going to put these ones in there and see if I can get these ones going, and then we will do a mix. I'll pull this guy out. Have my hand there to catch anything. So maybe a dud. Pull this one straight in and validate that. Plugging this one straight in with the adapter. And there's different OSs you can use. I'm trying to give these guys at EthOS the benefit of testing out a few things, and everything. There's always a little pork sometimes. I mean, that's not their fault if the card's bad. This would have happened with any OS. The card was actually artifacting hard. It was causing an exception. See by doing that if we can. Now this card is clocked a little differently. Shouldn't matter, but weirder shit's happened. Let's see if it can detect all 4. It only detects 3, of course it would. Yeah. It might not. No, it might not like these 390Xs. Might have a driver issue. But you know, we had them in there earlier on this version. I'm gonna fix that. So it's still detecting the 4. Yeah, Micro Center is real good at it. So that came up all 4 now. So I think we had a bad card, guys. All that drama. Damn bad card. That's gonna bum me out because I really want 6 of these bastards tonight in here. This thing's starting to finish booting up. Nope, still having a problem. Switch file. just got a bad file. Delete this pool. Just keep it at the local. I'm going to try to do the update. This little freaking keyboard sucks. Alright. Reboot it. Let it do its update. Let's see if it fixes it. Let's see if Ethos OS can do its thing. Oh yeah, I see Alex. Sorry, buddy. Well, we wanted to do the update anyway. Yeah, DMS, yeah. I'm sitting on 103. Still getting an error. Yeah. $270, the drivers won't work with Vista. Who, Vista? Is that a real question? Somebody's using Vista? I've never even thought about using Vista for mining. Oh, it's doing its clean. File system error, huh? I need to do a little, Oh yeah, I hear you, man. Run what you brung, that's what they call that in the racing world. If you have an extra box there and it can hold a graphics card, throw it in there. So I'm thinking I'm going to do a clean on this disk and then re-drop that OS. This thing has went proverbially tits up. Suckers along. Watch yourself. So we're going to do a clean and rebuild on that. Do an update right away. Try this with the hopefully good card. What does this say here? So that's actually a spindle hard drive running. So it will boot with a spindle. I don't know how reliable it is with a spindle hard drive. Reliable enough that it's actually going to grab work. So there's 4, so this is good. It's going to catch work. While we were rebuilding the SSD. Now that spindle is a little black edition. It's one of the more faster 2.5 spindles, so I know 5400 RPM one. Looks like we're off to the races now with this one. It's settling in with the 4 cards. Now mind you, this has one of the tri-X's in it, which are clocked a little faster. Looks like about 114 right now with the 4 cards. And we are on the kilowatt at, I'm going to move this for you, you can see that. We're right at 1150 watts of power being used from the wall with 4 of these. So this saddens me because this eVGA 1600 I think has enough cojones to handle all 6 of these if it had enough 8 pins. So 1150 watts from the wall on 4 of these 390Xs. And folks that are, it looks like it's kind of settling at almost at 110. For folks joining on the thing, that's with the 4 cards right now, not the 6, 4 of them. One of them being the Tri-X 390X, and the other one's the Nitros 390Xs. That is the live feed of this rig. I should be updating that. Looks like it's about 107. I don't know if that's what you guys are seeing on your side. I mean, it's kind of ranging around from 112. What's funny is I think I'm seeing the Tri-X. The Tri-X is actually scrolling on here at like 112. No, it's bouncing like 112 to 103. And what I'm thinking is that it's the Tri-X's clock speed's a little different. It's just throwing it off just a hair. It's settling in. It looks like at about 107. Oh no, it's 100 up to 110 now. I'm trying to get this thing around where you guys can see. So 4 of them, and it's now been 5 minutes up. It's running at just enough. 110. We broke 110 on this with 4. And that is untouched. Now I could probably go in there and switch these core clocks up to about 1160. Because that's what I was running the Tri by itself. And the Tri-X running at 1160 moved it from 26 to 30 mega hash. It was about 26.7 and it takes it 30 to 31 mega hash. So we could get another 16 mega hashes just on this right here by taking to 1160. Now we're going to pull more watts that way, but we'd be at about 125 on 4 cards and probably about 1300 watts of power versus 1150. So they're all holding, this one right here is holding about 62 Celsius. Middle one here 63 Celsius, this one's 60 and this one's 50. And they're all running at 85 on the fan. So let's see where this other ethos on the solid state's doing, but we may just go with this spindle for right now since it's actually working. think we should pull this thing down and get some more cards in here. What do you guys think? It's holding about 108. Let's shut it down. Let's get the other power supply to where we could get it. I really wish this eVGA had more 8 pins. It's got more than enough on the 6. And we have adapters, man, but I'm not going to risk it. I don't think, as much as these things are pulling, I don't think they'll handle the amperage on the adapters. So we're going to have to do a little makeshift adapter on this guy, because I don't have a little dual power supply thing. So I'm going to do a little on this side here, the little adapter here, 4 in. That's where we're going to be tapping from and converting, doing just kind of little things where I can control the power supply from the power switch, and then hook up the other 2 cards on this 1000 watt. That's an extra one I have. Might pull. I have another power supply. You know what? We'll just use this 1000 watt. Screw it. So let me do the adapter, and then we're going to plug the other 2 cards in here, and we're going to have all 6 running. Together a little piece of metal where I can bridge the 2, and then put these in here. I have absolute faith that after seeing the power requirements on the 4 only pulling 1150, 2 more would have probably taken it to 1500, maybe 1400. So well within the 1600. So that's, I'm gonna tell you right now, a 290 rig won't do that. That's for sure. They said about 30% is what these 390Xs are more efficient by about 30%, and I think that's about right when it comes to power. because we used to have to use two 1200 watt power supplies for four or for six, or we still do, matter of fact, on the 290s. So yeah, just get one more thing with this thing done, and we can get this done. You need to download the blockchain. You download the DAG file. It does go out and fetch it. And takes it a bit. It does go out and create the DAG. And the first time you boot up EthOS, it goes in there and takes a bit. I don't know if it downloads the whole like 1.4 gig, but it just doesn't come right out of the box and start up. It does do a sync of something. So it may have a pre-cached version out there that it just updates, because they do provide you just with an image. Alright. So, sorry. Let's get this over. So, what I usually do on these power supply, no, this is super ghetto. So, normally I'd say just get a PS2 to power supply adapter, but if you're trying to go on the serious budget style, you can take an old power supply just to make sure to keep you honest on what you're looking for. And what we're trying to do is bridge over a ground and actually that lead that allows you to turn the control the power supply with the switch. So those two, you're looking at where the connector is on an ATX power supply, and you're looking straight at it from the left side. You follow over and you got a green and a black wire. And those two, I just took essentially a twisty tie, tore off the ends, and just to do for a sample test, I would not do this and keep this permanent for any of your rigs unless you're going to do more of a permanent solution. You just kind of, you know, strip part of the twisty, or you could use another piece of metal, it's staple, anything that connects two pieces of metal. So you're just bridging it, and you're just creating a little loop like that between the black and the green. So you're grounding it, and then that lead, and then that allows you, when you put power on it, turn that on, and that'll turn on and power up and do all your fun stuff here. So now that's not very secure, so like we're going to do that here just sitting on this table, and then I'm going to unplug it after. And then normally you can go out for, you know, $6 $7 US and buy an adapter. You can snap this into a little plug, and it's a lot more secure if you're trying to do more of a permanent solution. But I use one of these kind of old PS power supplies just for reference, because most of these newer ones are all covered up, and if you go stupid for a second and forget like which side is it on, the left or the right, you know, when you're looking at this, you know, from this, it keeps you understanding of what side it's on. So use an old one. If you have an old piece of crap that you pulled out of a box that's still color coded, they're good. Even if you just want to cut this strand and keep that for a reference, just recommend it. I mean, you can go on the internet and look them up and stuff, but sometimes just when you're sitting here with another power supply, it gives you that kind of visual and go, okay, right here, got it. So just kind of, I guess that would be kind of ghetto pro tip. So you can count them over, and that's the same way what I'm doing with this one, is just count it over of how many you got to come over to do this. Since we got to hook up these other two power supply, or these other two cards, we're just following these over here. So on this one, it's 4 in is the green one. So on this one, 4 ins, that one. So I'm gonna go ahead and hook this up, and then we're gonna get this plugged in, and we'll get these other two cards on. Have that in there. Add some peanuts or popcorn or some shit in there. And before you plug it in any cards and you got something like that going on, I always recommend don't plug in all your other stuff first. Test it and make sure that fan turns on. If that fan turns on, you're hot, you're good. So I went over there to test that, and it's testing fine. So testing the fine means nothing more than I plugged it in the wall over in another area and made sure that it fired up, which it did. And now we are going to grab a couple of the eVGA cables here and get these other two cards hooked up. Now I'm going to plug that power supply into the strip that's plugged into the kilowatt, because I'm going to capture this entire rig and what it's doing power wise, just to validate that 6 of these cards can actually technically run on a 1600 if you have the right kind of connections, because I'm betting it's going to be right at it. But we'll see. Now this is going to throw it off a little because this is a platinum power supply. It's got a little more efficiency, but it still should be pretty damn close. So we'll get these up, get these plugged into it. And see what this thing can do. 20 of you guys out there. Let's see here. So far we've had some pretty good luck with EthOS, besides this little run here, but this was new hardware that we've thrown at it. Everything else has been pretty older stuff. A lot of 280s, 290s, 290Xs, 290X2 or 295X2, 7990, 285 OCs, which by the way I really like, and that's in our video that's was supposed to be out today. Will be out tomorrow after it goes back through post. And need 2 more of those actually. And the 390, have we tried the 390s? We have a couple. I have a 4-card rig that's a 390 that's doing remarkably well. Those R9 390s are excellent cards. I still think, and I have not tested, we have not tested officially, or even unofficially, like we have not had them in hand in any way, the R9 380s. I've heard a lot of people saying that those are the best bang for the bucks right now. And I have not built a rig with them yet. So the R9 380s are supposed to be putting out about 20 mega hash, and people can correct me if I'm wrong here. If anybody that's had experience with the R9 380s, but about 20 mega hash, and they're only about $209, I think, something like that, or maybe a little less if you get them for discount. And now I'm going to go ahead and secure I just do not feel comfortable with leaving these kind of dangling. I'm going to go ahead and screw these guys down. Get this camera repointed some. Where's my bag? Use this. Get these down secure a little bit. Make sure they're nice and tight. Good and tight. And I'm gonna put this out. Oh, this bum one is gonna go in. Damn it! I'm gonna put it in there, but I'm gonna get this one in here. We're gonna stair step this. I'm gonna put this one in. We're gonna plug it in. We're gonna fire it up. We're gonna make sure 5 work, and then I'm gonna put this little one that I think is having a problem, which will make me very upset if it is. I really wanted to have 6 cards tonight in this. Running strong. We will now add a card. Slide these all over. Add a card. Let's see if the spindle hard drive can handle it. And we are going to grab a couple of these from the sister power supply. Oh, these new ones are just nice and taut. Oh man, those red cables, I tell you. All right. We're gonna pre-spin this guy up. Oh, well, it helps if I actually plug it in. Funny thing about doing live is you forget stupid random shit like that. So hold on. No power. Alright. See if we can get this this kilowatt singing. And we have a heartbeat on that. And now we have a heartbeat there. Now let's see if we see 5 cards. We see 4. So we're going to let that come up. Well, we're going to do some jogging. The other PSU is up and running. We're going to do a little quick shutdown. They're spinning up for who's off? Is that? I can't see your name, brother. Is that Olaf? Olaf. So we do have a 750 Ti rig. It is on a shelf, and that is a great question. Oh, let me catch this. I'll catch this one more time. Make sure it goes all the way down. Alright, let's try to get this. The old shifteroo here. I'm gonna make a room for the other jacked card. You know what? While I'm going through all this drama, we're just gonna slap this bastard up here. So what's the worst thing can happen? The exact thing that's going on right now? Yes. What's the best thing that could happen? This bastard out of the gate just works. All 6 of them are seen. That's right. Sometimes in this game you gotta be an optimist, not a pessimist. You know, and there could be that I'm using one of these risers that I think I jacked up too, but we'll deal with that in a second. What's my cost per kilowatt? I think we're at 11, maybe 10. Yeah, look at that again. Oh, let's shut this back down. I didn't have the thing plugged in. I think we're at 11 cents per kilowatt. Ah, 6 are shown. 6. See, I tell you, optimist. Don't be pessimist. And now we're getting some kind of weird other. I think the spindle is took a shit. Storing resolver state, retrieving data from locally defined pool. See if it catches this round. So I had to do a recovery. I wonder if I just have a bad riser. Here. Well, we do know that the 4 were working fine. So I'm going to pull both of these risers because they've been sitting up on this table. I'm going to take them out of the mix. We're going to add a couple more. We may be hitting the spindle limit. On that spindle hard drive, the other solid state should be ready. This is a good sign, folks. I think I had a bad riser. And there you have it. So, another pro tip is have a lot of risers. And those ones are going to get tossed. So now we got 6 up. All 390Xs. Waiting for the system to fully reboot. Hopefully I don't have some kind of file corruption or any other bullshit that's been going on tonight. Sitting at 140 watts right now with it just chilling. I'm not hearing the fan spin up, so I'm thinking we have a problem. And it might be this card that's been giving us problems, which frustrates me, but it's what it is. Yeah, I'm not getting anything. It looks like the miner says it's commanded to start. It's not doing anything. Deck size. Sees everything still. Tell the miner to stop. restart it. Not seeing anything. I'm not getting anything from it. I'm going to take the one that's been our problem child out of it, mix for a second again. That really bums me out if Micro Center gave me a bad card, brand new. No, I don't think they're going to do A6. I think with the memory requirements, I can't fathom how much they'd cost to have to stamp A6 for this. With enough memory and you could, I guess, code out. I mean, you can code anything. Let's just start with that. With enough time and money, they can do anything. I don't care how hard. All these things do is become deterrents. But is it worth the money to them? All right. So with the card that's been having the problem out of the mix, these 5 are found and it's booting, it's running. So let's do the math on this for a second. Let it run with 5. And then I'm not giving up on this. We're going to try a couple more things with it. What I'm going to end up doing with this one, because I've seen this before, and this is kind of another pro tip. Sometimes I've had issues where cards were just finicky with 1x risers. So what I usually do with those cards is one of the last steps I'll try is I'll take the 1x riser off, I'll move that card that's having a problem over to where it's going to use a 16x, and I'll use one of these fat boys. I call them the fat boys. Kind of like me. Fat boy riser. Find one. One of these fat bastards. And I have found that doing that I mean, there's probably a reason why. There's just not getting the information it needs or something to cause the card to go into a stupid state, but I put these on and moving that to a 16x, and I've had them work before, and it fixed my whole problem. So we will do that as a worst case. Let's take a little check to see what this thing is doing. It's wanting me to say allow. I guess I have it stop. No, it's saying my GPU. GPU 2 is overheated. There isn't any heat coming off of this. it's getting some false reading. Saying that GPU 2 is at 128 Celsius. Which I guarantee you, GPU 2 is not at 128 Celsius. The rest of these are setting at 30 Celsius. So it's getting a bad reading. We're going to give it a restart. Well, Alice, the rigs weren't running. They weren't mining actually. So the idle temperatures are sitting at 30 Celsius. The actual running temperatures that these run at usually are 60 in an open air rig like this, with the fans at 85. Let's see if we got a weird. Okay, so I'm showing all good. All good there. I've told it to allow. We may have just had a fluke on a sensor setting. Looks like it's doing the DAG work right now. So we got all 5 running, it looks like. Move this a little closer. So after a lot of drama, the funds of mining, getting it to actually work. Some rigs make you work for it, and it's a multitude of things. It's pre-staging and pre-setting up. It's getting its buffer ready. Loading it into memory. Takes a cool minute. There's a lot of files or a lot of information to load into memory. That's why it doesn't jump right into it like your Litecoin mining. The proof of work methodology they use with the DAG takes a cool minute to start up. Alright, they're running now. Woo! I'm seeing a nice number there. 140? Is that right? 5 cars? Holy shit, this is gonna be a fast rig. 154? It's settling down at 134. It's like, there ain't no way this thing's 154. That's ridiculous. It looks like about 134, 138, somewhere around there. So, if you folks want to monitor it, that's the... Yeah, 137. 138. That's with 5 of them. And that's unaltered. If we can get this 6th one running, I'm gonna clock these up some, and we're gonna see if we can bust into the 170s with these. the juice might be worth the proverbial squeeze. Speaking of juice, what juice are we using? Before I show you guys this, what do you think it is working? Yeah, we're settling in right there at almost 136 for 5 cards. These things are hauling ass. And that's without me touching them. You could probably build a 5-card rig on a single PSU. Let's do the math here. With the 1600, you could probably use one adapter for your 6-pin plug on a couple of them, and work the 8s on the other card. You could get 5 cards on that 1600 if you do it right. And the 1600 will absolutely hold up this. 5 of them. So for the folks wondering, we are at, I don't know if you can see this. Let's see if you can see this. Right at 1490, peaking at 1502. So 1502 for 5 of them. So we are at the proverbial edge of that 1600 watt power supply. But it's holding it. And we're almost at the edge of this kilowatt. Which is funny, if I can get this 6th card working on this, we're going to be there. We're going to be right there. I mean, we're going to be... Because, mind you, the way this works, for folks that don't understand, even though... Well, there's a couple things. First off, every time I add a card to this, and it's plugged into that motherboard, even though I'm coming off the graphics card on this power supply over here, let me move this thing back some. And this, you'll see this on one of our R9 280X rig build. We are powering this from this power supply, this card. We're going to do the same thing with this card over here. That being said, there's still about 40 to 50 watts being pulled, 35, just depends the draw, each time we add a card to this. So even though we're pulling, the card is being powered, the lion's share of the power is coming from the secondary power supply, it still will yank power off that first power supply. Because the card will pull it through the bus as part of the interface. And the way we were measuring that before is each card we added in a previous rig, we started with just the motherboard and the CPU and all that on the first power supply. We added the second power supply and powered the cards with it. So we got to see the draw with the kilowatt plugged into the first power supply. Each card we added to that second one brought up the power requirements on the first power supply that only was powering the motherboard by about 50 watts of power. So we've done this a couple times and have other videos that show the draw up on the motherboard and on that first power supply. So if you're really close to tapping out your first power supply, and then you add a second power supply, and then you add cards to it, if you're on the bleeding edge of that first power supply, you're going to trip that first power supply, and it's going to cause you all kinds of hell. So you always want a lot of extra overhead on that first power supply if you're going to do a 2 power supply rig. Because as you add those other 3 cards that the second one has to have, you're going to have enough overhead on that first one to compensate for the additional 150 plus watts of power that it's going to need. So, just like pro tip number 5. Can you guys hear me? my volume go out? Okay, good. You probably heard that tap. I'm sorry if I just blew out your ears. So it looks like this thing's been running now for about almost 10 minutes. And we're setting right at, those that are not following along at home on the online there, the top up here is the hashing rate. It shows at about 135 is what it's stabilizing at. You know, it's pretty much stabilized. It shows the 5 cards and it's been up for 10 minutes. And the stream of work down here, which I don't know if you can really see. You know what? Let me do this this easier way. It's blurry as shit. I'm gonna get you all sick doing this. So you can see the performance that it's doing right now. Get you a close-up of this setup so far. Looks like we're at about 518 is what it's settling down at. Or 18 rather. Get this up, back up here, get this back connected, slide this guy back some. And let's see if we can get this 6 card running. What do you think? Looks like it's pretty stable so far. The price of this rig, let's see here. H81 BTC board about 65-70. I mean, you can find them for I think 69 now on the hard. Was it Amazon? Maybe $100 if some areas. 14, 18, probably 30 in risers. Each of the cards. These Sapphire. Tri-X's were MSRP at $519, but you can find them at discount, throw it down to about $480, $489, something like that. So you can, I don't know if you can see that or not. That's what the retails on them were. They are 8 gig cards, so plenty of room for the DAG. They do come factory overclocked, and these Tri-X's are actually faster clocked than the Nitros. We Nitros were $4.59, and I think I got these for $4.39 a piece. They have a back plate on them, so it's a little better cooling. 8 gig also. So what, 6 of those? Let's just say if you can find them for $4.50. Let's just say that. So $4.50 times 6, and then the power supply. From what we're seeing here, you could go. First power supply, 3 cards. You can go with I recommend a 1200. You could get by with 2 1000s. Let's just say that out of the gate. So 2 of these right now, that's 2000 watts of power. We obviously see that would be enough. The problem with this is when we had 3, it was at what, 700 and some change, almost 800 watts of power. If you add 3 more cards, at a minimum, that's 150 watts of power. You're going to be taxing that first power supply, totally taxing it out, because it's going to do exactly what I was just saying with the as you add cards to the motherboard, you're going to tax the first power supply that the motherboard's plugged into. So you really want to do, you could do like if you're trying to go cheaper power supplies, you could go with like a 1050 would be the bare minimum that I would do on the first power supply that powers the motherboard, and 3 cards. And then you could do 3 cards on another 1000. And then that is really kind of that bleeding edge of like you're tapping on the edges of the power supply. So I mean, what these are actually going to go into in that other rig that I was showing you earlier in the cast, I'm going to have I have a 1200 P2 Platinum and then a 1000 watt P2 Platinum, and both of those will power this entire rig. This you're talking 279 and 225 on the prices ish. I think that's what we ended up paying for them. So you're talking almost $500 in power supply, or a little over $500 in power supplies. It's 6 cards that are $4.50 a piece. Memories, $40. Processors, $50. Motherboards, $70. So anybody tallying that up, you're probably probably right at close to $3,000 for a rig like this. That's averaging 137. And this inside card, this card over here at the very end over here is putting out the most heat. Obviously, it's over the processor. It is more the kind of crunch card, and it's right at 70 Celsius. This one's holding at about 68. This one's at 66. This one's at 57, and this one's at 48. So obviously, as it gets away from the compressed heat tunnel that's being created over the motherboard and over the processor, and the fact that the tri-axis don't have the back plate, which isn't channeling the heat very well, the back of this card is very hot, where these nitros are a lot cooler, and I think it has a lot to do with that aluminum back plate that's on there. It can cool it better. But I think we should power this down and try to get this other card working. What do you guys think? I would not worry about proof of stake anytime soon. Now you can't obviously take my word completely for that, but I would just say if I take my miner hat off for just a second and I put on my developer hat, there's so many considerations they still need to do with that they're not. There's a couple of proof of stake systems out there. They haven't disclosed exactly how they're going to work it. Purecoin is one of them. Mildly successful, I guess. I think there's still a lot of unknown things how they're going to do it, or nor it hasn't been really communicated. I think they're going to go to it. I think that's their vision, that's their roadmap per se. From a development standpoint, they have it on the roadmap. They probably even have it swag. You know, they have a scientific wild ass guess when they're going to do it. They haven't really, from what I've seen, announced it to anybody. But with regards that if they're doing, you know, in their active scrum cycles, are they at the point of, you know, complete design to the point that they're going to announce it to people? Probably, I would say at least in a minimum 3 months, 7 months, something like that, and then probably December. Again, they could be keeping this very tight to the chest, and we're just able to glean some of it, but that will have a significant impact on the network if people are not prepared for it. So there should be enough grace time for people to get organized with it. I mean, it would be disastrous if they came out like another week from now and just said, "Hey, we're on proof of stake. Go do your updates." You know, I mean, it's you don't want to disenchant the people holding up your network. So I think for a while you're going to be good for mining, and hopefully they're good at communicating. You know, that's the only thing we can ask them for. But I mean, if you're getting into it, we're staying strong on this with the assumption that it's going to run strong through at least November of this year, with the idea that they would use the new year as kind of a transition period. We're operating just purely on the assumption of the way development works, and it would be probably the smartest move for them. I mean, the Homestead just came out. I mean, it's going to be a bit before the next iteration comes out. So there's a natural ramp that's going on with the DAG, and it will over time probably invalidate, you know, the older and lower end cards. There's a lot of research going on the drivers right now. You know, we looked at doing a deep dive on that. Just as we're starting to understand on how the chunks are allocated and in how when a card is going to become inoperable, we're literally actively looking into that right now ourselves. So that's not something that we'll keep once we understand it enough to communicate it. We'll be the first out there as quick as we can to communicate it to you guys. Obviously, we have a sizable stake in, no pun intended, on the GPU mining side of it. So when we see a potential drawdown on that, you know, we'll be looking to repurpose rigs and stuff too. So I would say if you're trying to get into this now, absolutely get into it. You know, start at whatever rig small that you want to, and just get a stake of it. You know, you don't have to go for the top. You don't have to go to put a giga hash out there and spend, you know, $20,000. You know, buy yourself a rig and just get into it. You know, it's a 280X rig. You can get those cards for $229 a piece. You get 6 of those. You can put a rig together for about $1,500 to $1,800. That would give you about 125 mega hash output. That's kind of a good kind of midpoint target. If you can keep it under $2,000, and you can have 125 mega hash, or if you want to spend $4,000, you get 2 of them. Now you're talking 250. That's going to get you into some Ethereum. At least a couple a day. If not, you know, you get into 340 to 400 mega hash. You're getting 5 Ethereum every 19 hours or so. At this rate, you know, that's $50 a day at the current rates, and that's not assuming it's going to go back up to who knows what. So we're gonna let's pull this rig down. This thing, I don't know if you guys are seeing what it's stabilized at. but it looks like it's about 137. I don't know if that's what you guys are tracking on the live feed right now. The people that can see the live feed of the URL, I'll repost it for anybody that's new in here. Of the rig, I'm going to power it down here in a minute. It's getting about 1 o'clock now here, so let's try to get this up. And we'll, if we can get this one working successfully, we'll take a look at it and then probably call it a night. And look at the, I'll try to summarize something in the description after this video, putting some, you know, kind of key points throughout, the whole video. That way people don't have to watch the whole drama of us unfolding the discovery here, but get to the main points of it. Yeah, there you go, Scott, doing the math for us. And it all comes down, we use ether pool or epool. I know, let's see if I've got the I don't have it on this laptop. Well, let's get this thing down and try to get this last card working. Yeah, we have a 4-card rig with the 380X, and it's pretty decent. It gets right about 84 mega hash for 4 cards, which is good. Requires you to set the clocks a little faster, but 84 mega hash for 4 cards, and it uses about 800 or 771 watts of power. That's actually in our next episode that should be out tomorrow. We actually covered the 4-card rig. I'm just, oh, power this back down. Let's try this one more time, and then if this doesn't just magically work, then I'm going to move it to that 16X slot. And while that's booting, I go make a run. They're up again. watching the log. So that one's still having an issue. It looks like I'm gonna try to send the power down command, and we're gonna try this card over the mid slot with the 16x riser. Putting this big bastard in there. Making sure it's in there. I'm really interested in seeing the total power output of this whole system. It's just the dork in me who really wants to see that. Leave that one unplugged there. Plug this guy down here. I know people have put together different types of rigs, but I'm going to tell you, and this is not tooting our own horn, so don't get me wrong, because there are some really nice rigs out there that other people have built. But from just having to work in a rig, like if you're trying to figure out stuff, this setup on these BBT rigs that we do really makes it easy to work with, versus like a milk carton or something that's just like meh. They are, at least I would say, a baseline, because I think there are better rigs out there. I've seen a lot of nice rigs, but I'd say from a baseline standpoint, it's not too shabby. Let's see if we get a hard. Ah, here I go again, turning this shit on without having a monitor plugged in. Done that a few times tonight. Let's try this. Well, that's a good start. 6 cards, and then mind you, this is the card that's having the problem. So it's not artifacting, so that's a damn good sign. Now we can get this OS to boot without it having a damn problem. That's a good start. And it stopped. Restoring the resolver state. I'm gonna get a drink. And I'm gonna hook up that other SSD. Alright. I'm determined to stick my fan in that card. I am determined to get this working. Or figuring out the culprit to the problem, at least. And then once I figure that out, I can put together a little, here's steps on fixing stupid shit. Now if this actually boots up, this is going, this should have the config straight out to the ethos folks. All the fans stopped. I think this card is not liking something. Yeah, it is not wanting to work. Even with the 16x riser. I am putting a 6 card in here tonight. I don't give a hoot. It's an interesting screen. Got a little further this time, but it still hasn't initialized the UI. And all the cards power down their fans. Purged and cleaned up something. Nope, card's powered down again. Alright, so I think this card is just not gonna work out. I think it's just a bad card. That's unfortunate. Does happen. So I'm gonna throw in I'm gonna mix it up a little bit. Just working in the night on a 6-card rig. Let's do, what is the most powerful card that I'm not using right now? Hold on. I think I found one. Alright. Fresh out of the box. Since we have one 390X that doesn't want to play ball and I don't have any other 390Xs, how about a 390? This was Now this, guys, this will not happen again, I guarantee you. But this was just the luck that I had that day. R9 390 8 gig unlocked XFX $288 clearance item. Thank you, whoever in the hell decided to bring back not one but 4 of these at that price. So this 390, nice backplate on it. It's only a dual fan, but it is a 390. And this is going to be our best and closest power test with the rest of these 390Xs. And why I didn't get a 4-card or a 6-card rig together tonight, which bums me out. We will get a 6-card rig tonight. That is at least pretty close. Oh, before I put this in here, here's another awesomeness about this card, and why I think, and we're going to try this build, a single 1600 eVGA has pretty damn close that if you, now I wouldn't recommend it. I'm going to try this. I wouldn't recommend this until after I try it, but with as many as eVGA power supplies as we have, several of them come with the whole 8-pin and 6-pin, right? We had that little earlier in the video of showing you how to count of them. If you have 2 of the power supplies, well, you know, there has to be 2 1600s, but you have another one that has, you can trade up your 6 and 8-pin connectors. You can get enough to do 6 cards that have an 8 and a 6-pin like this out of one of the 1600 watt eVGA. Given the power requirements, the 4-card rig that we have that have these in it, you could absolutely can put all 6 of the R9 390s on one 1600 watt power supply. So to do that, we're going to prove that out. Once I can get a couple more of these, I'm going to put them into a rig and I'll do another show, and we will show that you can do 6, provided all the damn cards work. You can do 6 on a single power supply, and it stays within it. Additionally, this compared to the 390X, and this is what I mean by the companies doing different shit with their 4 pins or their 6 pins and 8 pins, is with the connectors on this one come out on the outside of the card. The connectors for the XFX go on the inside towards the heatsink, which when you're removing these ones, it's not that bad because you can get to the connector no problem. But on the XFX, the connector bumps up against this damn heatsink, and it's a pain in the ass to get off. So it's just another kind of annoyance tip. Again, we're going to go with the large 16x riser for no shit and reason, just because. And this card only has the 6 and the 6 and the 8 pin. I'm actually going to have an extra rail. I'm just going to go ahead and use it. And hook this up and see if we can get this damn thing working. 4 gigs of memory on a card is plenty fine. The DAG ain't going to be in there anytime soon. That's a good start. So it showed the Hawaii Pro and the Hawaii XT. Let's just hope that this whole damn thing starts. And if it doesn't on this SSD, then I'm going to switch it back to the spindle, because at least we know the spindle was working. Alright, so I think something's wrong with the image that I downloaded last. So I'm going to switch back to the spindle because that's the one that's been working. And I'll work with that SSD later. That, or we have another issue here with something where it isn't the card, which I'd actually be more happy with, because I literally have like 6 of these H81 BTC boards coming that were supposed to be here today, but it looks like they're going to be delivered on Monday. I'm building 6 more rigs, so the spindle hard drive is working. Well, I'm getting the same exact problem that I did before. So as annoying as that is, at least the good thing is it looks like that card actually might be good. And this thing is really not like it sees the 6, it lists the 6 out, but it's not starting. Minor. It's not kicking it. So it's not the makes me wonder if I unplug the N one. Let it go and just take one
Now this board before when we started tonight was running 6 fine on the 280Xs. So we're going 5 again, but this time with the 280, the 290 rather. And that looks like it's working. Yeah, I might do that one too, Scott. Yeah, because this is running at 140 again, so the 290 is doing good, or the 390. It's running as strong as the 390X almost. Yep, 136.57. So that's the R9 390 running almost as fast as the 390Xs. We can go and try. Since we see the same behavior exhibiting, I'm going to put the 390X back in this, and we're going to go 1 less on this, and go 3 on the 1000 watt power supply. And just do 3 and 3, which is really how the config that we're going to be running anyways is. Could be just pulling too many amps off the rails. That's what's throwing it. Let's take that guy out of the mix. Put this guy back in. And then we're going to pull one of these over to the other power supply and see what we get. This thing is a peach. Get in. I'm going to pull this off.
last kit. Over. Yeah, most of the fringe kind of builds like this. They're kind of using newer untested hardware that we haven't tested. Like, we can build 280 rigs all day long, no problems. Most of the 270Xs, same kind of thing. We had some quirky stuff with 270s, but most of the stuff's pretty straightforward. But you start getting into 290 and trying to get 4 7990s to work together. That's a goddamn disaster. But when they all work together, it's a sign of beauty. All right. Let's do this. Plugged in. So now we're doing the 3 and 3. Still some instability. See, that time it only sees 5 GPUs. Last time it had 6 GPUs, now it's only seeing 5. That's typical. Power this off for a second, because this has been running hot the whole time. Let it dump. Capacitors for a second. Maybe ending this with a 5-card 390X rig that did 138. Coming back in like we did. So the first video we did, live stream, we were having some struggles with the 6-card rig with Windows, and we had to make some changes, fix some drivers, do some loading, you know, the 6-card fixes for the Air 43. Had to deal with that, and then got it working, and then we came in and did ETHOS and got it working with the 6. We're going to have to probably do the same thing with this.
It's not even physically wanting to boot. And again, it only sees the 5. So and stuck on the resolving state. So I'm gonna give it one more try with reseating. Going this. And we may call it for just another retry. Had to do a recovery there that time. Yep, having issues. We will build a 390X full rig. We have to figure out why this thing is not liking. See, I only seen 5 again. I have something else that's flaky here. Oh, that wasn't all the way on. That could do it. Yeah, no problem, guys. You guys are cutting out. Well, that's a cool idea. It was less stable than this. So we're gonna do this. I'm gonna pull this one, and I think call this proverbial night. Once I get this running again, right quick here, see if I can get the 5 going, holding at 130, and we'll leave this one running overnight just to see if the 5 are stable. Mainly I want to check to see if that card that's been giving us the problems all night is actually okay. And it's just a fluke of whatever the hell else is going on with this. And when our other boards come in this week, this will go into a proper own rig with the platinum power supplies. This is a pain in my ass. This one does not want to stay together. These 4 or 6 plus 8 are pita. When in doubt, switch them. Let's put the spindle back there because it's actually set up to us. Make sure this thing is mining good, and then we will call it, and then I will get this fixed, and then I will post what I did. And that's this miner once it gets up. That's pretty. That's a party screen. You know, this card might be just having problems. That sure looks like problems to me. What do you guys think? I keep trying to give this card some benefit. But that doesn't look like much benefit. The risers we use is all these like serial looking ones. I do not like USB risers with this board. I've had, it works, USB board, let me I guess rephrase that. The USB risers work with this board fine to a point. I just had some more issues. I like the serial based ones. They're cheap. This is another riser. This contraption that ASROCK put together. It uses 2 SATA connections and this extra little power adapter. This goes into the board, and then this is the adapter for the bottom of the card. It has a little slider and stuff. This little adapter is a little pricey, and those have worked pretty well. That's the box to it. They even have a little bit of marketing there showing what it is. Well, so now it's deciding to work on me. It's deciding to do something here, it looks like. See if it actually is doing something. It is. So okay, so this has got the card that I think has been acting funny, or has been acting funny. Now running as a primary. It took a few reboots for it to clean it, the OS to clean itself back up again, but now it's working. And it's about to kick off. The URL I just sent earlier should be now, it's hashing. So you should be able to monitor it. This thing's hauling ass. 140 meg. So now I got both of the tri-X's in there. I think what we're going to try to do real quick is
set some variables to bump these up and let them run overnight with higher settings. I'll work on that real quick. We'll take a look at what we're running right now power wise. Yeah, it's at 430 or 1430, close to 1500 right now. So I'm going into the local.config and I'm going to change, I'm going to add a couple settings here. Let's see what their global core and global mem. So we're going to go here and tell the core put on insert. Global core 1160. Global mem 1500. Global power tune at 10. I'm going to try with that. And see if we break something. So I'm going to do a line stop. And do a quick reboot. Hopefully it starts back up. I know I don't think I need to do a reboot, but this is more for my own, making sure the damn thing is consistent and can start to frick back up. So hopefully it's consistently starts back up. Good sign. So let's see if this thing goes tits up or not with these new settings. So I've asked it to take my settings for the overclock. And let's see what it does. restart our rigs usually about every couple days. I let them go for a bit. I mean, I've had some that's ran for a solid, I think the longest rig we've ever had running went for 23 days. Whew. It's like in those clocks, folks. If you want to monitor that, this thing is hauling ass now. And we are still we're just under 1500 watts. We're going to peek up over it here in a second. 1500 there. 15, yeah, about 15, 13. So we are setting at 150 mega hash. 150 with 5 cards. So these 390Xs with a core of 1160 and a memory set to 1500 and a power tune, the global power tune set to 10, are holding solid at 150.15. So that's 5 of them. So if we add another one, you're talking, this is damn near 160, well, 100 and more than that, 170, almost 180, yeah, 100 and, yeah, because that's 30. It's 30 a pop, right? It's 31. Yeah. 181, 182 hash. Yeah, so if you guys, what are you guys seeing on the monitor right now? On the, if you go to that URL. I'm showing 151.33. So yeah, that's 31, almost 32 mega hash a card. That's 180 hash on one rig. That's a beast. $149, okay. Yeah, it's ticked up. On my screen it's a little different. It might be a little delayed, but that's still hauling ass for 5 cards. The 390s, at least those 4 that we have, are running real strong. Almost, you can run the clocks. The clocks we're running on this one was 1075 and 1475, and this card runs at about 26, 27 mega hash. So almost as good as these, but about 4 or 5 mega hash off. So yeah, 5. I mean, this once we get this 6 card running, this is going to be 180 mega hash rig. So that's pretty damn close. 170. I mean, I'm not going to split hairs over a couple of mega hash, but it definitely in the 170s for sure. So it's stable so far for 6 minutes. temperatures are on there. It should be showing the temperatures on there. They're all under 70 Celsius, which is amazing considering the clocks we're running at. The power usage now has went up a bit. It's at 1582. I'm gonna have to switch this to a higher gauge extension cable because let's just say this area right here is a bit warm to the point I can barely touch it. So that's not safe. So I'll be switching that to a higher gauge one here shortly. But 1586 for 5 cards right now. So that obviously answers that question. That the 1600, if it had enough 8 pins on it, would not be enough for all 6, and it would be really bleeding off the edge, or really almost bouncing on the top of the. It would work, but you'd be up there. I mean, you're within 20 watts from the wall to its recommended specs. But it would hold it. I've definitely ran PSUs just over their recommended specs, and it's been fine. But yeah, we're gonna let this thing run for a bit. No, I don't think two 850s would do it. I think the problem with the two 850s is the first power supply is going to pull so much from the motherboard that we're going to use 1000 and a 1250. Just because I'm concerned with, as you add more, like there's these 4 cards on this board right now, and this 5th card, even though it's pulling off of this other power supply, it is actually pulling at least 50 watts from the board, and putting additional overhead on that other power supply. So if you went with an 850, we were seeing earlier 3 of these cards plus the board was pulling 700. So if you go 3 cards and then you go on the other one with 3 cards, those extra 3 cards are going to pull combined another 150. So at a minimum, you could maybe get by with a 1000 and an 860, but you'd be bleeding on. I mean, you'd be right on the edge because that's 1800 total. So, I mean, what I was saying earlier is you could probably get away with like a Corsair HX 1050 as your primary power supply, and then go with like an AX 860i for your secondary one, and that should be enough. That would hold it. But it comes down to the amount of the HX 1050 can support 3 cards. But I don't think it can support 3 8-pin cards, because it's a lot like this one, this 1000-watt one, but the 1000-watt Supernova Gold has 3 sets of cables like this too, but it does not come like the Platinum one does, where it can have 3 8-pins. It has literally 2 sets of its cables will support 2 8-pins, and then the last set of its cables support the 6 pins. So you can't technically, on the gold version of this, plug 3 8-pin cards. So it's some BS because we have one and we were gonna do that, and I was like, those bastards. But the platinum one comes with the cables that support 8-pin, 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 8-pin. So you could go 3 8-pin graphics cards. The HX I think is the same way, where it'll support 3 cards because that's what it was designed to do, but not 3 8-pin cards. You need to go to the 1200 watt on the golds. Or yeah, you could do exactly that, what you're saying there. 2 of these 1000 P2s would be enough. That's that whole thing where I was saying earlier that when you're looking at the power supplies, you got to look at the card requirements. If it's got 2 8-pins, and then you got to read right here, and the cables include it, and do the math on it to make sure that, hey, I got 4 times 6 plus 2, and then I got 2 times 6 plus 2 plus another 6, which are those split cables that have the 2. And you can do that, because I can't tell you how many power supplies I've bought before that you get there and you start putting it together and you're like, oh, you gotta be shitting me. It doesn't have enough, it's only got the 6 pins and not the 8 pins. And you don't want to get into adapters because that shit sucks. So I would recommend, based on this build, what we've seen tonight, 2 of the 1000 P2s should be sufficient. Like I said, for ours, we're doing one of these, which is the 1000 P2, and then we're doing for the primary, which that's a platinum power supply. Then we're doing that one, so it's the 1200 P2. So those 2 for this rig should give it more than enough overhead. And they're both platinum power supplies. So I don't know if you can see those 2. Well, this looks like a winner. It looks like it's stable. We've been up for 14 minutes now, and it's still holding 150, and I haven't seen any fires yet. Again, this cable is definitely a little warm. It looks like it has stabilized at 1598, 1597, somewhere around there. So 1600 watts. So that's been quite the rig tonight. And it's actually pretty quiet too. So that's 56 decibels. So when I'm talking like this right here, it's up to 70. So my voice brings it up to 70, but so relatively quiet. To give you an idea, we have somewhere around here, what the hell is that thing? It's a Spondulitech SP2031. That son of a biatch is almost 100 freaking decibels when it's under full throttle. Thing was like a vacuum cleaner. Let me take a look at some of these, scroll up some, see if I can answer any of these questions, and then I might call it
call it a good evening. 4-hour webcast. 2.5 hours of troubleshooting on it. You know, some of these people may have left, so I'll tell you what, I know you may have asked something. So, let's do a little quick Q&A for 10 minutes and then we'll call it. You guys got any other questions on the top of your head? Obviously, you can post stuff to this thread. This obviously goes live immediately after this. It goes straight to the page. And let me know. I mean, here I am babbling for 4 hours, and you guys are watching the fun of troubleshooting and all that. I mean, let me know if this is something you guys actually enjoy, or when we just get back to just doing normal videos. But I thought this was the interaction and the questions and stuff. Yeah, we got PS. This back some tight. So, recommendations for adapters, yes. I will send you a link. Pull up our links where we get ours at. That one we have a few of, and it works like a champ. It gets you around having to do the little kind of ghetto shorting out power supply trick that we did earlier. Plug a monitor on an iGPU and it's still running on eVGA. No. From what I can tell, if you try to, and there might be a hack around this on Linux, I'd have to look, but normally most motherboards will disable the onboard extension to like the i series, like if you put like an i5 or i3 that has access to, like, let's say 4th gen, has the Intel 4600. Most of them have to do some trickery to enable to where that allows the access to that resource. Most of the motherboards turn that off, and it detects the 16x connection, or if there's another superseding graphics card. That's a good question if in Linux or Ubuntu about getting around that. You can't. So we have a couple rigs, and we used to run the Pimp OS for Linux on our Vertcoin and our X11 and X13. We ran them off USB sticks. Matter of fact, I think I have a couple over here. Right here. We got one here. Runs Pimp OS on this one right here, and this has some configurations on it
for an old rig that we were using for it. The problem with at least EthOS is we actually tried to put it on a memory stick, forcing it to write to it, but it came up saying that the I/O was too slow. So they have some catches in there to validate the I/O is fast enough for it. So you absolutely can run them on these, and it's cheap. I have tons of old spindle hard drives from pulling from laptops and stuff as I've upgraded them. So we started putting them just on the spindle hard drives. But this King Spec SSD, this guy here, 64 gig, and it's about 19 bucks on Amazon, which is about as much as a moderately, you can get these 64 gig ones now for nothing. So about the same price, but the SSD is pretty quick. CPUs, H81 $45 RAM. Yeah, the Celerons work fine. The one that is it Olaf? Is saying the Celeron G1820 is good if you can find them. Our Micro Center's sold out of them. I think other people are mining around our area, but we use the Intel. I think it's the 3658. I think. I'll tell you what. I'll grab one real quick and let you know. $32.58. So this is a $49 processor. More than enough speed. Yeah, I think it was like 49 bucks all we paid for those. We've been trying to do some testing on motherboards, other motherboards besides the H81 Pro BTC. We bought a Z79 or 97 Gaming 5, and this, unfortunately, even though it has 7 spots, only 4 of them really work. So if you're in the 16x slots, it disables the subsequent PCI 1 slots for graphics card use. So we're on the hunt for another board that's stable. I had a Big Bang ordered, and it got canceled. I was really depressed about that because that board is it's got 8 active 16x slots, and that would have just been amazing. I'd really like to put together an 8 card rig, and that's about the only board out there that'll do it. That's not getting into like crazy server boards that are a nightmare to get an OS to work with. But that's from MSI, and that's like the most rare board in the world to find. Yeah, that's part of our deep dive in the So on the next episode that's coming out that we had prepped for today, that we had some audio issues after the final thing, we kind of hint towards that of going through. I'm gonna create some small 30-second like kind of Vine style videos that, like, if you're watching, I don't know, if you look at Facebook or anything like that, they have those stupid videos on how to cook stuff, and it's real clear and concise, and it's like 30 seconds, and it's like, just do this shit, and this works. So what we're looking at doing is finding a couple good sample cases of things like configurations, going in like we just did to change the settings for in Linux for the global memory configuration, just like little myopic views on how to do certain things, and they kind of have those cataloged and then out there, so then people can start referring to that because it's just clear and concise information. I think it would help people, because sometimes when you read a blog or you read something and it's like, well, just go into, you know, this thing and just type this, and it's like, well, does it mean just type this, or is it in quotes, or is it with a space? And it's all that discovery, and if you add up all that time of trial and error, and it's like, gets people frustrated. So that's what we kind of deal with all the time with random stuff, and we're trying to figure out stuff. So I'm like, if we can capture that and then just make it very simple for people, I think it helps grow the community. So you know, it's in most of our day jobs, and I know you guys only see me done the last two webcasts, but we actually do have, there's about 4 guys that work with this, that do, I have a guy that does a lot of the audio and video you know, stuff, and that's what he does professionally. I run a large development team, old developer myself, so that's where I kind of come from a perspective. I dive into the hardware, but really software at heart. And then we have a couple other guys that are just you've seen in the other videos. If you look at like when we're building our mining rig, in the first couple episodes, I got kind of a fabricator guy that just really comes up with the designs, backgrounds in engineering. And this is like tinker hobby stuff. So again, all of us started all this stuff a long time ago in Bitcoin and did well with it. And this is just our kind of contribution back to the community. Some people are writing code and software to grow the coins or grow the crypto. Some people are in other facets of communication. And then, you know, there's folks like us that are just hardcore into the mining, and then just figuring why not, you know, try to contribute some out to everybody. So, you know, we feed off your guys' feedback and just try to make some of the changes. Ethereum, most people are using AMD. Yeah, the longest riser you'll use is about this size one right here. And let me get my tape measure, but this one I'll measure and I'll show you the longest one that you'll be using. So this particular riser is right at, this is a foot. This is the longest one that we got out there that we've used on anything. That was one of the advantages of the USB risers is you could get pretty long USB cords. You can get 24-inch cords and do some crazy rig designs with them. But from the card that's out here to the board, this one goes almost to the front of the board. So from a range standpoint, this one's going to meet you any need that you need. So 12 inch is more than enough for that entire board. 10 inches would work fine too. Yeah, and for people on the looking at how big the rig is itself, that's 9 inches tall. On this rig here, 22 inches on the length on this side. And then from the back of this one, let me go this way. 16. So 9 by 22 by 16 in depth. And that's actually in our second or third video where we walk you guys through that kind of setup. Now I've seen some people go a little higher with this, up to from 9 to 12. The main reason, there's a couple of reasons why we chose this length and this size, is that when you sum up all of the lengths on all of the angles that you're dealing with, it's like it's almost two full 8-foot pieces of angled aluminum. If you come up a little higher and you go to like 12 inches here, you're gonna have to buy a whole other third piece of angled aluminum. Which, I mean, angled aluminum is not that expensive. It's gonna cost you another $10 or something. But you can put this whole rig together if you do it yourself for pretty cheap. It's about $22, $25 somewhere around there, depending what it costs in your area. And then what I was trying to show people earlier, and I need to put these out there for folks that are still on, is these nylon spacers that you can buy from Lowe's and stuff. You can put to hold the motherboard up. And I'll put that as part of the video. So what's so special about the Ethereum? So Ethereum's been around for a little bit, but what gave it some muster, and I actually say this in the video that's going to be coming out, is they've created a platform that it's a toolkit that allows developers to build all sorts of things on a blockchain. So, where other alt currencies in general, so I mean, Ethereum as a currency, the whole point of the reason why it's a currency, or that there is a currency involved with it, is it still needs to provide value to somebody that's going to be holding up the network. So us as miners, it's the proverbial sense of a miner, right? You are extracting raw material. On this, we are upholding a network that allows others to do things. Raw material turns into things that allow other things, right? So the analogies, or however you want to put it together, is we are doing a service and we are being paid for our service. Circumstantially, that payment has a nominal value because it has an exchange to something that does have exchange value in society, right? So there is a USD to Ethereum calculation. What's created the capture and the revenue from that is And the excitement is that there's real potential in the industry accelerating the use of it. So if there's a speculative to nature that occurs if somebody understands that something's going to be used, especially from a large, from the masses. When you have somebody like Microsoft that comes in and says, we can choose a whole bunch of different things, or we can try to make our own blockchain. They decided to pair with Consensus, which does a lot of the core development for Ethereum, and by that pairing, I really feel like this camera should be able to actually talk into the camera because I'm like talking into nothing. Ethereum gives them that groundwork to create and extend that blockchain as a service concept with Microsoft Azure. So there's a lot of companies that get into things that don't work, or they take a risk by pairing their name with it. But when people got word that it's getting its legs and it's able to extend into larger business, notionally that value proposition that it has increases. So you're going to have a lot of people doing the market side of it, buying into it, and what is the potential? I mean, so if you have measurement, if you were to measure anything, use Bitcoin as a baseline. Bitcoin has 15 million volume, and it's worth 400 and some change. So the algebra side of that would dictate that there's 77 or 78 million Ethereum, and it's worth 12. Well, if you were to do the inverse of the algebra of a 1-to-1 to Bitcoin, that'd make Ethereum right around $74, something like that a coin. So there's certain people that will look at that and say, well, if it gets the kind of acceptance level at a value to what Bitcoin is by volume, because it is a deflationary currency, then potentially it has the speculative nature to hit $77 a coin. So that would be, I think, at its best, given the known knowns. But in everything, we have this in software development. There's the known knowns, there's the known, and then the unknowns, and then the unknown unknowns. The unknown unknown is, what are the effects of what proof of stake's going to be? What is if they change what's working, or they change the value proposition of people holding the network to something different, how is that going to have an adverse effect or not? And I think that's part of it's not just the mechanics of changing that, it's the social understanding and acceptance. It could be totally the right thing to do, but if it's not done appropriately or through scheduling and people understand what's going on, it could be disastrous for it. So it's kind of one of those things that if it's handled right, which I think there's enough people and mind power behind it to handle it right. Then again, we would think that with Bitcoin too, with making decisions such as the size issue, that there's a lot of great brain power behind that too. But we're still people being people. It should be interesting play. But from our mining standpoint, we are. If you're in the mining side of it, you are providing a worker, and a worker is compensated. The fact that coin is worth something is a definite requirement. Otherwise, there's no point to this. You could help contribute to the community, but it's at a high cost, right? So I've never told I've always told people, if you're in there for mining and you need to cover your costs at a minimum. And so if you're trying to get an ROI out of this, to get out of there's a whole depreciation schedule, and then the finance side of me wants to come out and explain that to you at some point of sunk cost into hardware, it depreciates over a period of time, and then you're gaining Ethereum. So it isn't a matter of also coming to a sum zero on this, because this is always still going to be a value store. Hardware, like graphics cards, are value stores. They are not going to depreciate very quickly. Even in extreme situations when there's a huge supply of them, there's still other value for these things. So there's a cost there that we all know that we can always get back out of it, putting it on eBay or something like that. So it's a matter of calculating that cost and then looking at what Ethereum generation you can over a period of time. And if at the end of the period of time you can sell the rig for 60% of what it was originally worth, and you've made 120% of Ethereum's worth, you know, you're coming out a winner. Yeah, right now there's where Bitcoin has a deflationary model. The economics side of it, the inflationary side of it, I think there's things that as long as they can kind of control it and figure out what makes sense, you know, there's going to be a ton of economics people behind any of this stuff to try to make good decisions on it. Hopefully, we just we mine it as it is right now, and you know, make sure it's always smart investment to hedge it. You know, don't store all of it. I know it's real hard not to sell some of it, but you need to get some of your value back. At least cover your power cost, at least cover some of your deflationary cost on your equipment. But if you're going for a full return ROI to just outright own your equipment and not have any debt to it, that's cool too. I mean, but just hedge your bets. Always hedge your bets, you know. This thing's been running for 40 minutes and not hiccuping. It looks like it's stable at 150 megahash, so it's a strong runner for sure. We're approaching what, the 5-hour mark here. We'll be wrapping this up. I didn't mean to talk your guys' ear off. Hopefully it's been good for you guys, and that this has been clear. This is a new mic set up. I'll have to come back and listen to it and make sure it's all good and make some adjustments, and we'll get our new camera in. We'll have a wider angle. We did sell a couple on eBay this past week. We sold, it's actually the 2 rigs that are in the next video. I think it was the 285 rig, and we need Brian, our other guy, to see what the other one that we put up there. But I think it was the we did sell a 280X rig, or 380X rig, I think. Yeah, it was a 380X rig, a 4x380X, because we built another 380X 6 rig. But we don't make a ton on that. It looks like they close very high, but in reality, the shipping on those rigs are very expensive. We get them professionally packed. So we take all the PCI Express cables off, we wrap them up, put them underneath, we zip tie everything, make sure it's nice and tight, we re-secure the power supplies and make sure everything's good, and then we get those bubble wrapped, and then in a box with peanuts, and then in another box of bubble wrap around it. So and then it's insured for its full value. So after you do all that math, an average rig in the States, the shipping cost is about $300. So I mean that's it. And we when we sell the rigs, we do it. We include all the cost of that. I mean, whatever the rig sells for is what it ship. I mean, that's out of the pocket. That's what it is. I don't try to nickel and dime people at the end of it. So they seem like they go for a little hype, and eBay takes 6%, and then if people pay with PayPal, it's another like 3.5%. I mean, it's 7%, 10%. It ends up being 10% of a rig. So 10% of a rig is a lot. So at the end of the day, it's pretty much break even for us on that. We don't make any money on the hardware, and then they generate Ethereum for a short period of time, usually a week. Like we're gonna put this 6X, this rig here that was running before we started. We'll end up putting this one up. This will probably go up this week, which will have these XFX cards in it. This was running at 125 megahash, 126 megahash solid. And those cards run at about 62 Celsius. They run pretty sweet. And then those were all running no problem on that 1600 watt PSU at about 1384 power watts. So 1384 watts, 6 cards, 125 megahash, a pretty good deal. And I would assume that rig will probably go for, I want to say 2800 maybe, ship 2900, maybe a little less. Obviously it could go a lot less if somebody's local to the Midwest area. Probably just drive it to them, but yeah, we make sure that they're running. I mean, that's why we run them for a week. I mean, it's each of those rigs that sold ran solid for a full week. We made sure of it, and then we provide any kind of other additional ancillary support, which a lot of people are not doing. You own it, right? And then there's no like follow up on concerns or anything. So that's not a really. I mean, it's just it offsets some of the additional purchases of cost to get us to other hardware to test. So we keep a pretty cycle, and then we have some other local folks that buy from us, and we just do that on the side too. But again, it is a total side thing for most of us. That it's a hobby, and we try to contribute back to the community with it. But yeah, if you do the math on what those rigs are selling for, and then you look at the shipping cost, I mean it's pretty expensive. So yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap this up. 244. I think I ended the last one about the same time. Thanks for hanging in there, guys, and we'll get this other full video out. We promised you guys it yesterday. Unfortunately, we just couldn't release it with the sound the way it was. It was way too echoey. We have a mastering thing. I do all the recording outside in a studio, and there was too much echo. It just didn't sound right. So they're trying to fix that. Then we'll relay the track on there, repress, and then we'll have that episode out, and then get into some of the deeper dives. Cool. All right, guys. You guys hang in there, and we'll do another probably live event. Maybe during the week sometime. I'm gonna try obviously not to go late on the week. We'll try to get started on an early one, and I'll just try to find something good for you guys for that. We try to do the live events with bigger kind of things, like aggressive rig builds such as a 6X, 390 X rig. we have our fabricator guys working on a crazy rig. You've probably seen, if you, I don't know if you've watched this on the Twitter, but we had a posting of that rig. I'll link you guys a link to it. It's completely whack. We did try the nanos. That's in the actually next episode that'll be there tomorrow. We covered the nano and the Fury and the Fury X in that video, and that should be out tomorrow. Kind of a deep dive on what those do. Let's see here. Link you guys that rig that we're working on. That'll probably be the next live show. Oops. I just hit the power button on the switch down here. That's not good. That's what the problem is when you have a power strip below you, and you hit the switch. So that's okay. I wanted to move that rig anyways. That's the live stream. Next live stream. Yeah, we're actually repainting that rig. It didn't come out. We powder coated that in aluminum, and the color of it was supposed to match the way the Toxics looked, and it came out a lot more yellow. So we're actually going back and repainting that to make it look a lot more like the Toxics. And yeah, the thing's gonna be just ridiculous. So we definitely want to have a good live show with that. So yeah, EQ Merc, that's it. Yeah, that was Equipment Merc. So I think I'm gonna get this moved back onto where it usually is supposed to go. And since I accidentally unplugged it or powered it off mid-course, I'm gonna unplug it and get it back over, and we will get the next live show out for you guys. So thanks for hanging in there. We'll catch you guys on the next feed.